All right, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Radical, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. I am going to turn down my Spotify volume. Yes, thank you for letting me know. I will fix that right now. Should be working again. Perfect. All right, we're back in business. I was grinding on the Patreon last night, I gotta admit. You get to see that tiny sliver at the bottom of the screen right there. That's all you get to see. I'm grinding, brother. I'm grinding. The Empire of the Dutch Antilles. Netherlands Antilles. The ABC Republic. The ABC Republic. Maybe I can make the chat smaller. Let's see what I can do. Okay, so I got the chat a little smaller. What can I do here to make this better? I guess I don't need the second monitor right now. I think we'll go with that for right now. I don't know what I'm dragging around. There we go. Is that better, Radical? Just the one screen for now? Wait, is there a problem with the stream, or is it okay, Radical? Is it okay with the one screen? Just showing one screen, or is it showing multiple right now? There we go. Alright, I fixed it. Alright, cool. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry about that. How many more nations? Alright, I don't really want to count again, but I will. It's not over 80. Alright, here we go. Let's count. Including the one right there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. About 69, so 70 countries total. I did fall asleep for a little while earlier, so kind of halted progress, admittedly. But I was up all night doing this, so I needed to get some sleep. Yes, it's definitely a lot more poggers than it was last night, that's for sure. Alright, this is annoying now. Okay, boom. Control F, Alt L, Control H, Control Delete, or backspace, CRC, Control Alt Enter. There we go. Let me reread that part. Oh yeah, I really like that idea. I think it should be a joint German Dutch initiative, as long as Ernst Thalmann is in power. I think that would really work, like a joint Dutch-German initiative to spread communism to the Asian countries that the Netherlands controls. Because with the help of Germany and German political power and money and, you know, resources, they could really spread that ideology far and wide. Alright, I hate to just show shit off, but I really want to show you, Radical. Check these out. What do you think about these? What do you think about these? Let me know right now. Tell me right now, bro. Let me know. Hell yeah. This is from the I believe the German Volkspartei, Deutsche Volkspartei. This is the German Workers' Party, the original before it became the NSDAP. Mjolnir and an oak leaf. All right, I gotta close it though. I'm not supposed to show you. That's on my Patreon. If you, you know what? Here. No, somebody else saw it. No, somebody else saw the fucking secrets. You were watching without chatting, and then I opened up the secrets, and you told me that you were there to watch the secrets. That's crazy. I'm glad you like it, though, Check Boy. I'm glad you like it. Radical, I'm going to send you these if you want to come up with some names. You showed up at the perfect time then. You showed up at the absolutely perfect time to see the secrets revealed. Guadalupe. Right here. Not gonna tell though. Thank you, Check Boy. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. How you doing today, man? How you doing today? Glad to have you here. Always appreciate new folks showing up to the stream and chatting with me while I'm working on really boring stuff. Makes the job a lot easier. GDL. All right. Potentially they could be division icons, but I was just kind of going to use it as a, like, let me show you what I'm thinking. It's just, I was inspired by this, the TWR, I just wanted to make something similar to these without using the exact same logos. So, I commissioned someone for a couple of logos. Let me show you it's like super cheap commission, so it's not anything crazy, but let's see where they went. Right here. So I sent the artist these logos, and I told them to make something as similar to these as possible without copying them, for obvious reasons, because a lot of these are modern symbols that are not allowed in certain places. But I think if the artist does their job good, we'll have some really, really cool new symbols for more division icons. So that's something else I was working on last night in between coding. And then we got this. The Europa Erwache sticker. Oh, I got to do this first. Guyanese. Guyanese, Indo-Guyanese. Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet, or if it's good where it's at, guys.
That's the last fruit punch. That's the last fruit punch. Alright, bro, let's grind.
So in case you're curious why I'm adding fix to all these countries, even though I'm finished with them, when I went through to change them, a lot of them have these numbers different than 0, most likely due to other localization requiring the 0. So I'll have to go through, after I'm done with the localization coding, I'll have to go back through and figure out what conflicts with what and fix all of it. So that'll be fun. It's going to be like bug fixing, but not actually bug fixing. It's just going to be localization fixing. Let's go! Even more localization coding. Woohoo! What's up, Sir Lamalot? How you doing today? Doing fine, doing fine. Glad to hear that. Is that what? No, that shouldn't be. Hold on. Yeah, thank you, Sir Lamalot. We're working hard to get it out. Trying to get the mod finished and ready to go for 1.0 so that people can play it. Taking a while. Yeah, probably definitely something wrong with Google Translate Radical. That thing sucks. Thank you for understanding, Radical. We're trying to make a mod that's gonna last a long time, that's gonna grow with the community, you know, that people are gonna enjoy for hopefully years to come. And it's taken a long time to get the foundations ready and built, but we're doing our best to get it ready. So I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Luxembourg. And if you could, Spain and Portugal. We'll try to throw those two in with France and Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. We'll try to do Portugal, Spain, France, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg all in one update. I can't guarantee that'll happen, but the mod is about if Hitler was shot and killed in 1936 and then a civil war ensues between Goebbels, Göring, and Himmler. You can avoid the civil war, or you can have a civil war, and then you get to choose who the German leader will be and the consequences that would have on the world and Germany. Yeah, of course, no problem. All right, Control H, jam. There is a Discord for this mod. Mainly the nationalist path of Spain will change and have more Italian influence. That makes sense, yeah. Yep, no problem, Sir Lamalot. Control F, Alt L, Control H, arrow key, backspace, K, Y, R, Control Alt, Enter, and done with that one. Control F, Alt L, Control H. Backspace, space. Mad underscore. Moldovan. All right, let's do some math. $26.08. $22. All right, let's do a little more math here. $72 lines of code. Let's say there's like 50 left. Yeah. There's definitely not 50 left. There's probably like 40 actually. A little under 40. Awesome. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day today. I appreciate the company, man. Thank you very much. Am I using Kali Linux? What is that? I have no idea what that is. This is VS Code, Visual Studio Code, on Windows. I don't use Linux. Visual Studio Code. Yeah, I've never heard of Kali Linux. I don't know what that is. Why would I be using Kali Linux? If hackers use Kali Linux to crack passwords, why would I be using that? Does it look similar to this or what? Like, I just don't understand why you assume that. I'm not a hacker. I'm a coder. I don't hack things. I make modifications to video games. Just kind of confusing, that's all. They look similar? Alright, I guess that makes sense. Gotcha. Excuse me, folks. I got the hiccups. Alright, I'm back. Finally, one I can copy and paste without having to go back and forth. Alright, crew, I am returned again. Oh my god, there's 4 names for these guys. Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. True. Very true. I am gonna go make a cup of coffee, gang. I'll be back. All right, I'm back with my coffee. Radical, are you still here? Haven't seen anything from you in chat in a while. Oh, it wasn't on live chat. I don't know why. My bad. The Carlists are fucking stupid. The dynasty they wanted to impose died, and they still fucking exist. Okay. Yeah, my bad. I had chat on top chat instead of live chat. That's my fault. My fault. I don't know anything about Carlist Spain, to be honest. So I can't say whether or not they're stupid, but if that's what you think, I'm not going to say you're wrong. Alright, I'm sick of these beats, dude. I've listened to them for 5 days straight. I'm so tired of this shit. Let's go back to the OST. Alright, Radical. Let's get some input from you. That's fine. No worries, man. No worries at all. I like the eagle. I like the eagle. Let me, hold on. 1 second. I want to make sure he's not just grabbing shit from the internet. Because it is a cheap option. So, we'll see. I mean, it's similar to all of these, but it's not... It's not the same. Alright, that's good, that's good. I like this one. I don't like this one. It's literally just stars in a circle. Anyone can do that. Yeah, literally the EU. Literally. This goes kind of hard. I don't know what it would represent, but it goes pretty hard. That could be for a flag. I really like this one, I'm not gonna lie. Europa, Erwache. Yeah, world dominance cult. Yeah. I love this one. I really like this one a lot. Not sure. This could maybe be used for... Let's look at an Indonesian symbol. Alright, that's just Asian women on my screen now. Alright.
Chat's gonna love that one.
Yep, Chatter loves that shit.
$100 subs in fucking a month.
I think I'm gonna ask him to redo this one.
Dude, that's crazy. That's still pulling in hundreds of views every 48 hours. You should make that your top video that pops up when you open the channel. You know, people's like hello one. Char.
What do I say?
W's in char. Do you not like that one?
I don't know. Do you like this one?
What is it for?
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I sent him.
You gotta remind me what they're for.
This is what I sent him. This is what I sent him. A bunch of symbols from actual historical nationalist and fascist parties.
It kind of looks like that one.
Yeah, but that one also looks like this one.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
This one's way better. It's actually Europa Erwache.
Yeah, that's cool. That one is cool though.
This one?
Yeah, you could use it as like a shield, if you wanted to, or a 4-leaf clover. That's what that could be.
Oh my God! This could be.
Analyze luck.
This could be.
German luck or something.
No,
like
this could be for Ireland.
Yeah, yeah.
Yo.
That could be Ireland's flag when Ireland finally gets added to the mod.
If it goes like nationalist
Yeah.
instead of fascist, because fascism had an actual political flag in Ireland at the time. So this could be the nationalist flag, or the populist syndicalist flag, or the IRA. Oh my God, bro! Yep. All right. I approve.
IRA.
Irish Republican Army. Basically, a bunch of Irish. All right, gang. I'm back. Had to mute while I explained what the IRA will be.
Plans to be. Are they still around?
I believe so.
Still doing bad things, or are they like an actual political party now?
I don't know. They might have a political branch, but I'm not sure. I think Ireland is united now, so they don't really have a reason to exist, other than to defend Ireland from England.
What do you mean united? They're just one now, finally?
Northern and
Northern
Southern Ireland.
W, they don't hate each other anymore. is.
We don't talk about that. Alright, I am going to do some graphic design for a minute, folks. Let me check the mic volume. Where are we at? We're good, we're good. My brother is rapping right next to me, fellas. Sorry about the noise. What do you think about this one, Mr. Radical? Poseidon Division.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't understand me. I don't care. It was a cheap fucking order, so. I only paid for, I think, 3 designs, and he gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he gave me choices. So I think that's what the dealio is. He was trying to give me some choices. My favorite Hoi 4 nation to play. Fuck, that's hard. If I had to choose, it depends on the situation and what the like goal for the run is. If I'm just having fun and fucking around and like I don't care about what happens, I'll play Brazil or El Salvador. And if I'm doing like an actual world conquest run, I'll speedrun Germany. I used to do that a lot. I have a save on my PC that I conquered France, I believe, in 37 with paratroopers, but then they patched that out. What about you, Radical? What's your favorite nation? My favorite mod? Again, that's a really hard one. Old World Blues. Old World Blues. Very uncontroversial opinion. It's a total overhaul mod that is not political in any way because it's about Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 1 and 2 and the entire Fallout universe. Like, it's actually not about Fallout 4 if I remember properly because Fallout 4 is on the East Coast and most of Old World Blues takes place on the West Coast. But Old World Blues is my favorite mod by far. There is no competition. They are my main source of inspiration. Old World Blues, if you have a shitty PC, it's not going to run well. But, if you have a decent PC,
Just barely above that decent bar, you'll run it perfectly fine.
You'll run it perfectly fine, not only that, and the actual gameplay is a lot of fun. It's a total overhaul mod, so every technology is different. Yo, Mustafa, welcome back, gang. We got the gang back together. We got Sir Lamalot, we got Radical, we got Mustafa. We're all here, gang.
Jason DeBro.
I think Jason DeBro is gone. 77 minutes late. Hey, that's a lot better than yesterday.
3 hours.
Yep. Bazinga, gang. Bazinga. Badonkadonk. Don't drop that dun-da-dun. Hey, don't drop that dun-da-dun. Don't drop that dun-da-dun. Don't drop that dun-da-dun. Don't drop that dun-da-dun. Hey. All right. Oh, I forgot to pull up the OST for music. My bad, gang. Let me get that going right now. Ooh. That's a cool fucking symbol. if Queso and Goring were in a food eating competition, it depends. Is Goring high on morphine or not? And has Queso smoked a bowl of weed? Just normally? Oh God, Queso wins any day of the week. Too much detail. Too much detail. Can't use that one. Low key, I don't care. I'm taking it. That goes nutty. That goes nutty. Richard Nixon. Ben Shapiro is a fucking goofball. He can't rap. As a rapper, I can tell you Ben Shapiro cannot rap. Richard Nixon, on the other hand, he might be able to rap. He might drop some heat, guys. I'm going to take part of this image and use it. I don't think I'm going to use the whole image, though. No, that's not a threatening snake at all. I got to mute. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. That's what I think about the iconic line. I think it's cap. Okay, I gotta mute again, guys. Ukraine! I'm back, guys.
No, he's not. That was his ghost.
That was my ghost, guys.
He got out of the booth and folded 7 times.
I got out of the booth and folded 5 times. It's not even 7. It's 5.
Nope.
I'm a noob, guys. I think there's a little too much detail in this one. All right, gang, I'm back. I'm talking to somebody about a job opportunity right now, so I have to keep muting and unmuting. I'm sorry. Important life stuff right now. Big chungus indeed.
Chigbungus, actually.
Chigbungus, one might even say.
Got the yizzity yams, folks.
All right, Big Chungus gang. That's a big Chungus moment, guys. I don't know, guys. Big Chungus is kind of big. I think that's right, Radical.
Mine takes 25 bullets to kill somebody. For a wall, but his kills me.
That's literally perfect, dog. I wish I would have found all these last night. I could have made a big Patreon post instead of a tiny one, but it's alright. Alright, time to do some organization. Excuse me.
That sucks. Let's go.
Whoever is here on stream, you get to see some fucking behind the scenes Patreon shit. For real, for real. That's right. That's right, Radical. Again, sorry guys, I'm discussing a job opportunity right now with somebody, so I'm trying to figure out what the details are.
Bro's getting 411 on the job opportunity. Diligence.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do these names after. Because I might have to leave here soon, guys. Depending on what the deal is with this job. All right, gang. So it looks like I got some busy work for myself tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow, that's for sure. I'm probably going to finish up this localization and call it good for the day, just to give myself some time to relax before I go to work tomorrow. I have to drive 2 hours to get to the job, so... Cool. Thank you for understanding, Radical. I appreciate it. Let's listen to the Liberty and Chaos OST. Sorry I'm not talking so much, Radical. I'm pretty focused on getting this done. I'm super excited about having a new job. I've been out of work for a while working on this mod, so... Alright, cool. Thanks for understanding, bro. We're on Kuwait. Can you hear the OST in the background? Okay, I think you can. I think you can. Maybe a little quiet, but... This is another OST I put together. I didn't make the music, but I put it together for another mod. Nah, the Confederacy of American Workers is actually crazy. The People's Republic of Confederated American States is actually wild. Yeah, on God. Let's take a quick screen grab of that one. Oh, hell nah. Bro has that in his description, in his bio. Bye-bye. Opinion on XQC? I don't really have an opinion on XQC. Somebody had the words, quote, Sieg Heil, end quote, in their bio on my Discord server. So I just banned them. Because they were posting nationalist propaganda in my general chat. I don't approve. On God, that's wild.
We got kilos.
All right, I think it's time to do a count, gang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. All right, so there's a few more than I thought. Let's keep going. The USB country, that's crazy. I just did the USB country. Opinion on LeBron James. God damn it, it depends on the day and what mood I'm in. Is he still alive?
LeBron?
LeBron?
LeBron's the one that still plays.
Oh, yeah, okay. LeBron is still alive then.
Michael Jordan is the one who's still alive and doesn't play anymore.
Who died?
Mamba mentality. That's where that all came from.
Gotcha.
You know the purple drink, the purple body armor? It says Mamba on it. It's Mamba flavored for Kobe.
That's legit.
Yeah. There's been a lot of stuff that came from that's been named after him.
Yeah, it depends on the day, how I'm feeling. LeBron James, good basketball player. I don't know much about him. You know, as a character, I don't know much about him, but excuse me, gang. Sorry about the coughing. Tried to do it away from the mic, but I know it was probably loud anyway. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Opinion on Aiden Ross. I don't have one.
Probably doesn't even know who Aiden Ross is.
I've heard of Aiden Ross, but I don't know who that is.
He's pretty much, he's kind of like Kai. He's just
Oh.
a big up-and-coming streamer that's...
Is he the white guy?
Yeah, he's the white guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He pretty much just hangs out with a lot of music artists and stuff like that. You know?
Got you, okay.
The only big difference between the Kai and him is that he's not really a gamer. Kai likes playing games.
Except Siege, he sucks at Siege.
You know what I mean.
Yes, I was just making a joke. Sorry, I didn't use any emphasis in my voice to make it clear. Morocco. Are you just naming famous Americans and asking for my opinion on them?
I think so, yeah. Probably. Probably the people he sees on his For You page or something.
XQC, is he American? No, he's...
No, he's not American, but lives in America.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's got the really quick voice that you can barely understand.
Right. 4580 minus... No, wait.
Ain't no way this song is still in my... We skip it.
Minus 4580. Oh my god, guys, we're making progress?
Bro, stop playing with me. You're an asshole. That guy's a dick. Yeah.
Eritrean. Eritrean. You know what, dog? I'm not even gonna lie. I'm trying to watch a YouTube video. Etho, where is your newest freaking single player video, man? It's been a month. You're leaving us out to dry. The mega fans.
For the ones searching for the products you need, Granger.com is always there for you. Find high quality.
All right, I'm gonna turn up this video so we can hear it. You can hear it on stream. If it's too loud, let me know. All right, sounds good.
In the tumultuous aftermath of World War II, as the world grappled with the shifting tides of power and politics, emerged a covert operation that would defy the norms of traditional warfare. As the dust settled on the ravaged landscapes of Europe after a brutal 6-year war, the spectre of a new conflict loomed ominously. Winston Churchill, the leader of Britain, envisioned a bold strategy to confront the Soviet Union. But here is where it gets interesting. It wasn't just a Western Allied battle plan against the East. The plan was to use over 10 different German combat-ready divisions from remobilized prisoner of war camps across the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS. With tensions reaching a boiling point, Churchill enlisted the support of Allied leaders, proposing a coalition of forces to execute this daring plan to open a new battlefront. So today we will delve into this operation deeply. Welcome to Operation Unthinkable.
There ain't no way, Radical. There ain't no goddamn way, Radical.
The concerns of the Western Allies regarding Soviet influence
I
over
would
Europe
too if I
intensified
understood the fucking
significantly following
Slovak
the end of
political
World War
system.
II. During the war itself, the full extent of this influence may not have been immediately apparent. However, with Germany's official surrender, the reality dawned that a substantial portion of Europe now lay under the control of a formidable communist regime. This abrupt shift in the geopolitical landscape triggered profound unease and vigilance among the Western powers, as they grappled with the implications of a divided continent and the potential expansion of Soviet influence beyond its already significant reach. The post-war period witnessed a complex interplay of political, ideological, and strategic maneuvers as the Western Allies sought to counterbalance Soviet power and safeguard their interests in Europe.
Who would win?
Queso.
Actually?
Yes.
You actually think it's...
Yes.
During the defeat of Nazi Germany by May 8th, Western forces had made significant strides, surpassing the boundaries agreed upon at Yalta by approximately 150 miles, establishing a new line of contact with the Soviets. This expanded area signifies the additional territory seized by the Allies beyond the confines of the Yalta Agreement. Driven partly by logistical imperatives, they pressed forward to secure this new frontier, while the inclination among some American quarters is to relinquish these gains. Churchill, displaying characteristic resolve, insists on retaining them as a strategic bargaining chip against the Soviets. In correspondence with his Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, Churchill articulated a firm stance, asserting that the Allies should stand their ground in their current positions until satisfactory resolutions are achieved concerning Poland's fate and the precarious nature of the Soviet presence in Germany. He underscored the critical importance of resolving these issues prior to the withdrawal of US forces from Europe and the eventual demobilization of the Western military apparatus. Churchill cautioned that failure to address these concerns could significantly diminish the prospects of averting a catastrophic Third World War, underscoring the gravity of the situation at hand.
Between the
As the war draws to a close,
Winston Churchill is not happy in this photo, guys. He's not a happy camper.
gosh.
Churchill harbours
was so
apprehensions
sad.
regarding Soviet intentions concerning the Danish peninsula.
If my name was Winston,
British
I would be
forces
sad too.
advancing in the region narrowly managed to secure strategic positions such as the vicinity near Lemberg just before the arrival of Soviet forces mere hours later. Compounding this tense situation, British units receive erroneous reports of Soviet...
When mom doesn't allow you to get that toy! When mom doesn't allow you to get that toy.
W top text and bottom text, man. My gosh, he actually looks so sad. Oh, bro, you could take this meme so many places. When
Where?
you lose your pot of gold, put a beard on him, make him look like a leprechaun. Oh my gosh. I feel like people just looked at like that at that time, though.
Right.
People just always look depressed. Send this straight to the Discord. Or when mom asks if you have McDonald's money. Nah. That's wild. Is it?
15 signs you're a fucking retard. Super rare. And is it better than quote alpha end quote question mark?
Bro said that one with emphasis. Emphasis.
Emphases, bruv.
Emphasis.
Yes, bruv.
He's got the emphasis.
Alright,
But he's
bruv.
pushing the P.
regarding Soviet
Pushing P,
intentions
bruv.
concerning
Pushing
the
P,
Danish
making
peninsula.
money.
British forces advancing in the region.
Oh,
narrow-
speaking of which, bro, I started working on Puff Puff Pass again last night.
I know.
Yeah?
I had it.
Nice. I'm gonna leave Discord open on the side, on the second monitor. It'll just make chat a little small. Oh, wait, maybe I could do it like this. There we go.
Narrowly managed to secure strategic positions such as the vicinity near Lemberg just before the arrival of Soviet forces mere hours later. Compounding this tense situation, British units receive erroneous reports of Soviet paratroop landings.
This is a chicken from 19.
This truck needs a half tank.
2023.
These wheels need a 2-lane.
In Copenhagen, fueling concerns of a potential
This radio needs 3 songs to play to get me cross town to you. Oh, I just hit the wrong button, gang. God damn it. Watch it give me another advertisement.
British forces at paratroop landings in Copenhagen, fueling concerns of a potential Soviet advance through Denmark and possibly into the Low Countries. Simultaneously, Churchill is inundated with reports detailing the systematic atrocities and devastation, with murder and mass-scale sexual assault unfolding in and around Berlin and other Soviet-occupied territories. Through his extensive correspondence archived at Churchill College, he expresses profound anxiety to his political counterparts and military commanders regarding the continuation of widespread violence, abuse, and looting across Eastern Europe.
That sounds like some World of Warcraft
Furthermore,
thing.
Allied apprehensions extend
It's
to the
where
Soviet
islands, like the whole world was an island that got split into continents.
The whole
Pangria.
Or planet.
Pangria.
Planet. The world is the planet.
Well, one theory doesn't affect the other.
They're both part of the same thing.
I know. What I'm saying is,
Nah, I can't finish that.
of dismantling
That's
and plundering
actually
the
giving me a
infrastructure of the
lobotomy.
territories under their control. Instances such as the damage to a German factory, not attributable to Allied bombing, but rather to Soviet engineers stripping and transporting valuable resources back to the Soviet Union, underscore this alarming trend. This systematic policy of resource extraction is particularly evident in Poland, further heightening Allied concerns about Soviet actions in the aftermath.
Nah, because he said, Aiden Ross said, so do you know about Pangria? Where all the parts of the world were one big island? Bro was talking about Pangea. So you know about Pangria? Bruh, I told Radical I cannot finish this video. It's actually giving me a lobotomy.
Contemplating the prospect of a renewed
I can't do it, man. I can't do it,
Churchill
man.
He's
speculated
actually
that a
so-
rapid and
he's such an
overwhelming
idiot.
offensive
Oh
by
my
the
God.
Western powers
Jesus.
into Eastern Germany and Poland could deliver a decisive blow to Stalin's ambitions in the region.
Has
Such a
anybody
strategic
reacted to
move,
the sad
Churchill
Winston
believed,
Churchill
might
yet?
force Stalin to reconsider his hegemony.
No, not yet. When mom doesn't buy that toy you
Paved the
want.
way for a more balanced post-war order.
Here,
The
hold on.
Allies and
Send in
Churchill's
Dev General
concerns
and
stemmed
General.
from Soviet actions in Eastern Europe, which included the establishment of puppet governments and the
Oh, no,
potential
you-
for further expansion.
Wait, no. Yes,
This
you
raised
can.
alarm among
Nobody
the
else
Western
can.
allies, particularly as they witnessed the imposition of Soviet-backed regimes in countries like Poland, Hungary, and
everybody.
Czechoslovakia. following the end
At
of
every
World
one of the
War II.
developers.
These
When mom
governments,
doesn't buy
often
you that toy
installed
you
through
want.
rigged elections or
Winston
outright
Churchill.
military intervention, served as proxies for Soviet influence and
Oh my god, there's actually so many ads on this video.
served to solidify Moscow's
I'm only
control
7
over
minutes in, that's the
region.
third ad I've
For
got.
instance, the Yalta Conference of
Besides the beginning?
1945, where Churchill,
Besides the beginning, I think.
Stalin, and Roosevelt
Maybe
met to
including.
discuss
I don't
the
know.
reorganization of Europe.
I guess if it's
highlighting
every like
differing
2.5
visions for the
minutes, it's whatever, but
continent's
fuck, dude.
Churchill's
It feels like a
concerns were
lot.
exacerbated by the agreements made at Yalta, where the Western powers effectively conceded Eastern Europe to Soviet influence in exchange for Stalin's commitment to join the war against Japan. In response to these developments, the Western Allies initiated measures such as the Marshall Plan, aimed at economic recovery and stability in Western Europe, to counter the appeal of communism and strengthen ties with countries vulnerable to Soviet influence.
Hell yeah. Nice. My favorite continent is
So the Western Allied intelligence started to weigh up their
ankles.
options. First, the Allies recognized the Soviet Union's numerical advantage in terms of manpower
Yes.
and tanks, but believed they could offset this through their strengths in naval and air power. This strategic assessment was based on a careful
No, that's
evaluation
pancreas.
of each
That's
side's
that's how you
military
spell
capabilities if the West were to advance against the Soviet Union. For instance, the Soviet Union's vast
No
manpower
way.
resources allowed them
looks
to
so
field
dumb.
larger armies compared to their Western counterparts.
looks like pancreas. I
Additionally,
guess
the
I'm
Soviets
understanding.
produced a formidable
okay.
number of tanks, to
Radicals,
much
big
of which
brain.
was due to American supplies.
true.
This which played a crucial role in their armored offensives on the Eastern Front. These numerical advantages were evident in pivotal battles such as the Battle of Stalingrad and the Battle of Kursk, where the Soviets demonstrated their ability to mass troops and equipment effectively to completely overthrow the opposition. However, the Western Allies recognized that their superiority in naval and air power could serve as a crucial counterbalance to the Soviet numerical advantage on land. The Allied naval forces, particularly the British Royal Navy and the United States Navy, exerted control over vital sea lanes and ensured
Holy shit,
the
how many do we
flow
have
of
left? One?
supplies and reinforcements to
Two?
the European theatre. This maritime dominance
Three?
enabled the Allies to conduct
4,
amphibious
5, 6,
operations
7,
such as the
8,
Normandy
9, 10,
landings,
11,
all of which
12,
had to be
13.
assessed if these two nations would go to
Less
war.
than 30, guys.
Furthermore, the Allies' air power, exemplified by the strategic bombing campaigns against Axis industrial and military targets,
Buganden.
exerted immense pressure on
Buganden.
the enemy's war-making capacity. The strategic bombing of German cities and infrastructure by Allied air forces, including the United States Army Air Forces and the British Royal Air Force, weakened the German war machine and disrupted its ability to support frontline operations. In summary, while the Soviet Union possessed numerical superiority in terms of manpower and tanks, the Allies believed they could counterbalance this advantage through their strengths in naval and air power. This strategic calculation was very important in the planning of Operation Unthinkable. The British and Allied military planners acknowledged the Soviet Union's reliance on Western supplies for essential resources, which could be disrupted in the event of a conflict. This recognition formed a key component of strategic assessments during the potential invasion of the Eastern Territory. Realizing this, it became a question: does the Soviet Union really have what it takes to defend itself without
Oh,
Western help?
fixing all this is going to be a lot of fun.
Including the Western powers and the Soviet Union cooperated in the fight against the Axis powers. This collaboration involved the provision of vital supplies, including food, raw materials, and military equipment, from the Western Allies to the Soviet Union through programs such as the Lend-Lease. This was especially evident during the Battle for Stalingrad and some even the Battle for Moscow. So following this, as tensions between the East and West escalated following the war, British planners became acutely aware of the leverage Western countries held over the Soviet Union due to its dependence on these supplies. Disrupting or cutting off these essential resources could potentially undermine Soviet military capabilities and economic stability in the event of a conflict. Additionally, British planners recognized the significance of controlling key maritime routes, such as the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea, through which vital supplies could be transported to Europe. This understanding influenced naval strategies aimed at securing sea lines of communication and protecting merchant shipping from potential Soviet interference. The Lend-Lease was actually more strained than ever later in the war. The Soviet Union's economy was weakened terribly after World War II, relying on Western supplies for various resources, including aviation fuel and raw materials for aircraft construction. The Soviet Union faced immense challenges in rebuilding its economy and infrastructure. The war had exacted a heavy toll on Soviet industry, with many factories and manufacturing facilities damaged or destroyed. Additionally, the loss of manpower and agricultural resources further strained the Soviet economy, making them rely much more on Western provisions. However, this dependence also left the Soviet Union vulnerable to disruptions in the supply chain, particularly in times of political tension or conflict with the Western powers. The potential for Western countries to use economic leverage as a tool of diplomacy or coercion was a constant concern for Soviet policymakers, shaping their approach to international relations. However, the urgency for Britain to take action was heightened by the realization that its military strength would soon be compromised by the demobilization process. With each passing month, the potential erosion of its forces loomed larger, especially in light of the imminent transfer of significant American troops to the Far East theatre of operations. Faced with this imminent challenge, British military strategy
One of the biggest sales ever. 30
One of the biggest sales ever. 30 beef sticks for just $3.
wasted no time in mobilizing their efforts to develop
I said fire.
Yeah.
Operation Unthinkable.
They should have hired
The
you for
clandestine
that.
planning for this
True.
operation commenced on July 1st.
Sounded better than that fucking
1945,
robot, that's for
a
sure.
mere 2 months after the end of the Second World War. Recognizing the indispensable role of American forces, British planners anticipated their involvement, although formal consultations with their American counterparts had not yet been initiated at this early stage. This sense of urgency underscored the gravity of the geopolitical situation confronting Britain and the Allied powers in the post-war era of World War II. However, it appears unlikely that Truman and the State Department would have entertained the idea of involvement in such a plan. Their stance towards Churchill continued to be one of skepticism, viewing him as a disruptive force in their negotiations with Stalin. Despite this reluctance, there was one notable exception among American military circles, a prominent general, widely recognized and revered, who seemed prepared for another scrap. His reputation precedes him, and it's conceivable that he would have been eager to participate in such a campaign, perhaps even directing his sights towards Moscow, George S. Patton. The details of the previously classified plan, known only to Churchill, his 3 chiefs of staff, and their immediate planning team, reveal a bold strategy. The concept involves coordinating a joint offensive utilizing British, American, Polish, and German forces left over from different POW camps among the Heer and SS. These forces were to engage and defeat the Red Army. The planners articulated their objectives succinctly. The overall or political object is to impose upon Russia the will of the United States and the British Empire. This ambitious plan underscores the determination of its architects to assert Western dominance and influence over the Soviet Union. Interestingly, the maps and strategic plans devised for Operation Unthinkable never saw the light of day in the public domain. They were either destroyed or remain classified to this day. Consequently,
Nah,
the map
because that's
presented here
crazy. They're still classified to this day? That is actually wild, though.
is a reconstruction based on the detailed movements outlined in the plan. The operation was envisioned as a 2-pronged assault, a northern thrust starting from
Why are the
Stettin
likes
and
going
extending
down?
through Bydgoszcz with a curve upward to seize
As we
portions of
watch,
the
the
Baltic
likes are
coast.
going down on this
Concurrently,
video.
Allied forces
It
would
was just
launch
at
assaults from
104.
this direction towards Gdansk, perceived as a relatively straightforward objective. However, the southern flank presented a more challenging proposition, with forces advancing from Cottbus through Poznan before
Now it's at
veering off to
98.
capture
I'm at 1540. Hold on. Now it's at 97?
never saw the light of day in the public domain. They were either destroyed or remain classified to this day. Consequently, the map presented here is a reconstruction based on the detailed
The
movement
likes are going down live on cam, gang.
outlined in the plan. The operation was envisioned as a 2-pronged assault, a northern thrust starting. The main concern revolved around the southern flank, particularly Czechoslovakia, which was heavily occupied by Soviet forces. There was a significant risk that if the Allies advanced too deeply into Poland, they would be vulnerable to a southern thrust from the Red Army stationed in Czechoslovakia. The strategy proposed was to engage
Oh no, we're embarrassed.
All right.
Our warehouse is overloaded with survival food kits, but our message...
and defeat the Red Army in this critical region, which entailed overcoming their armoured brigades. Subsequently, the plan aimed to establish a fortified line extending from Gdansk to Wrocław. The ultimate objective was to inflict a significant setback on Stalin's forces, compelling him to return to the negotiating table for a reconsideration of borders. Now here is the main concern. If the Allies failed to decisively defeat the Red Army in battle, but became embroiled in prolonged conflict, they risked suffering a fate akin to Hitler and Napoleon, falling victim to a classic encirclement tactic. Additionally, planners anticipated that following an Allied offensive against the Red Army, Stalin would likely expand his territorial ambitions. This included scenarios where he would advance through Norway, seize control of Greece and Turkey, and extend his influence into Iraq and Iran to secure vital oil resources, which would be the worst-case scenario. Nevertheless, the Polish army would have constituted...
Now it's at 90? I look away for 2 minutes!
...proven to be a formidable force. By the end of the Second World War, their numbers swelled to approximately 250,000 plus, with continued growth fueled by the release of POWs and the return of Polish conscripts from the German Wehrmacht, who rallied to join General Anders's army. Although unaware of Operation Unthinkable, these individuals harbored genuine belief in the possibility of challenging the Soviet Union. In the event that Operation Unthinkable was initiated,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh, a little more than 30, my bad. 30, 31, 32, 33. About 33 left, guys.
General Anders would have been a vital asset whom the Allies would undoubtedly rely upon in the fight with the Soviet Union. Another significant concern for the planners was the impending demobilization of British and Empire troops. By victory in Europe, VE Day, the British Armed Forces counted approximately 5 million servicemen and women, all slated for demobilization. Understandably, these individuals were eager to return home after the hardships of war. While the prospect of being deployed to the Far East lingered, most troops felt they had fulfilled their duty and were eager to reunite with their families. However, planners feared that any delay in the demobilization process could lead to unrest among the troops. The spectre of prolonged military service, especially after the conclusion of the European conflict, heightened anxieties among service members longing for a return to civilian life. The most pressing challenge with this plan revolves around manpower. Planners diligently crunched the numbers, assessing the available divisions, both infantry and armor, on both sides. The sobering reality dawns: the Soviet Union boasts a significant numerical advantage over the Allies. Specifically, for every infantry division the Allies could field, the Soviets outnumbered them by a staggering ratio of 4 to 1. Similarly, in terms of armored...
That's crazy. That is a wild statistic.
...divisions, the Soviets held a formidable 2 to 1 advantage. Armored divisions, the Soviets held a formidable 2 to 1 advantage. In practical terms, while the Allies could muster a total of 47 divisions ready for action, the Soviet forces could deploy a formidable force comprising 170 divisions. This glaring numerical disparity underscored the immense challenge that the Allies would face in attempting to confront the Soviet juggernaut head-on, which is why they kind of were leaning on going via air and sea, as I explained earlier. Arguably one of the most contentious aspects of the plan involved the utilization of German troops. Following victory in Europe, VE Day, approximately 700,000 plus Wehrmacht and SS soldiers were retained within military formations within the occupation zone. Despite being disarmed, they remained within their units until the close of 1945. Remarkably, even the replacement Nazi government, led by Admiral Dönitz, remained in office for up to 2 weeks following the war's end. However, the prospect of British, US and Polish forces cooperating alongside their recent adversaries posed a significant challenge to Allied soldiers, with the implications and reactions difficult to foresee. Currently, the Allies encounter significant challenges within their own occupied territories. Much of occupied Europe, including Germany, lay in a state of disarray. Millions of refugees were displaced, causing chaotic movements across borders while the infrastructure lay in ruins. Additionally, there were concerns regarding the loyalty of resistance groups in countries.
Alright, I think that's where I call it good. Showing footage like that, I'm alright. I'm alright.
drama started on February 4th. The Guardian reported CNN is facing a backlash from its own staff over editorial policies they say have led to a regurgitation of Israeli propaganda. They said broadcasts have been skewed by management edicts and a story approval process. This on top of the restrictions placed on their reporting already by the Israeli military, which we know from a candid admission from Fareed Zakaria.
Ooh, you know what? You know what? My bad. I'm sorry for pulling this up, but I wanna watch this guy.
Be unfrozen, why don't you? Hi, yes, hello. Very good. Sorry, I was just getting pumped for our new and thrilling part 2 of our Ben Shapiro video. This video! By watching an extremely legally purchased copy of Lady Ballers, and now, for some reason, my computer's acting very strange. So weird. How after watching a purchased and not at all pirated version of Ben Shapiro's The Daily Wire Plus's comedy sports romp Lady Ballers, a movie about a group of men pretending to be trans women in order to win at all sports, this caused my computer to randomly get a virus, unrelated to the first part of that sentence. Anyway, here's some news. In the last episode, we were talking about how Ben Shapiro and Lady Ballers writer, director, actor, super stud Jeremy Boring and The Daily Wire appear to be very bad at narrative fiction and generally don't understand movies. We talked about this general lack of media literacy with conservatives too. And then the Oscars happened. Sorry, the woke contest. And we got a bunch of great examples of that exact thing. Ben is mad at Zone of Interest because it doesn't show Jewish prisoners because he didn't understand the film. Literally the same way he didn't understand The Last of Us. Do you seriously have to always see the thing, Ben? Are you a little baby, Ben? Like, what? You can't make American History X these days, folks, because of wokeness. You know how American History X, a film about a man rejecting his neo-Nazi ways, you could never make that movie in today's woke Hollywood, you know? I guess. What? Seriously, is his brain okay? Anyway, they then made a movie that they are claiming is a very big hit and that the positive Rotten Tomatoes score is because people genuinely like the film, regardless of their politics.
All right, I'm gonna eat some chips and I'm gonna mute while I do so. I'll be back.
Grievance media that is basically a right-wing grift of making knockoff movies and other.
Yes, Ben Shapiro moment for real.
Fight for the woke mob. But despite Lady Ballers clearly being that, I showed you a clip where they denied that's the case and welcomed someone to analyze it from a creative and artistic standpoint. There's this clip.
I'd be interested to read that. I'd actually be interested in someone watching the movie, doesn't agree with us, and just analyzing it from a creative, artistic standpoint. Sure. And I'd like to hear what they. I'm not afraid. Like, I'm not afraid of. I don't think any of us are afraid of feedback and critical feedback.
Yeah, I would love that. That was the clip. And heck, you got a deal, Beardo. It's okay when I say it. Put on your special Some More News glasses. These ones. Because it's time to re-enter the Ben Shapiro-verse! Into the Ben Shapiro-verse 2, Part 2, The Omega Cycle 5, Electric Empire, Part 1, Lady Ballers, a Film 2. Are they on your face? They freaking better be. So a bunch of us at the Shody actually watched this film, including people who went to film school and crap, and junk, and also crap. Also including people who just watch and like movies. And so let's look at Lady Ballers from a creative and artistic standpoint. And sure, we're also going to absolutely discuss the politics of the film. But just as a disclaimer, for the next segment, we're gonna push the so-called culture war and overt transphobia and misogyny aside and just talk about the filmmaking, structure, and comedy. Something they wanted us to do. I cannot stress that enough. They wanted us to do this. And so if they, I don't know, try to pull this video from YouTube, then it means they are liars and cowards who don't believe in—
I am developing, Wojciech. Are you blind?
People will critically judge their film.
You literally joined at the one moment that I had this thing full screen, you noob.
Scenes of the film.
You want a pep talk, Alex? Is that it?
Bro, join. How long have I been streaming, Radical? How long have I been streaming? Something like 3 hours, over 3 hours. And then Wojtek comes in here. The one moment that this thing is full screened and says nice dev stream. LOL. I'm going to piss in your mouth, Wojtek.
Just give a speech and change the fates of every young man in a locker room.
Okay, so this is a big speech where the coach pumps everyone up to win the game. Sure, fine. I don't actually want to talk about the scene so much as the use of eye lines, which are exactly what they sound like. Eye lines are where the actors are positioned and looking in a given shot, which is used to establish the geography of where they are in relation to each other. This is one of the first things you learn about when studying.
I was just giving you a hard time. I wasn't trying to actually be a dick. Sorry. Bro said, don't be so aggressive. I'm always aggressive. I am the most aggressive alpha male you'll ever meet, ever. Alpha. Omega. Bears. Beats. Battlestar Galactica. It's an office line. From Dwight K. Schrute. Where'd you come home from, Wojtek? Were you at work or school or what? What do you do all day? I haven't asked before.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Cinematography. So in that clip, we saw this shot of the character Alex. He's on the right side of the frame and looking to our left. You can see the coach in the foreground to establish their geography. And in the reverse shot, the coach is on the left side looking to the right. So from those shots, we know that the coach is facing Alex while making his speech. Simple film school 101 eyeline stuff. Now, let's keep watching from the same shot we left off.
That I could, by dint of my rhetoric alone, so stir the hearts of my team as to...
You probably have, Wojtek. I just have a really shitty memory. I'm an American after all.
snatch victory from the jaws of certain defeat.
Hey, wait a second. Did that guy Alex just teleport? That is the same character, right? So why did that sequence of shots feel weird?
I'm glad I'm not the only one, though. Oh. Let me, yeah, I'll send him later. I got to get this done.
That's because the director suddenly changed the eye lines for no reason. Alex was on the right side looking left. Then we cut to the coach who's on the left side looking to his right. And then back to Alex who is suddenly on the center left and looking to the right. So it feels like he's suddenly behind the coach or something, or not looking at him anymore at all. This is called crossing the line, or breaking the 180-degree rule. It references an imaginary geographical line that the camera is supposed to stay on one side of, especially in a dialogue scene. You have seen it a million times without knowing. Now, you can cross the line with a camera move, which I think is what they thought they did here, but the camera move in this scene didn't actually cross that line, nor did any of the characters move in the scene. The coach is all...
Radical, no, I have not. All right, let's get back to it, gang. I have not seen the movie Conspiracy. What is the premise of it? I don't know what it's about.
First playing Empire Total War.
He's a gamer.
I think that's a mobile game.
He's still a gamer.
I know.
Ah. I see. No, I have not seen that film.
I see, says the blind man.
IP says the white man. This is just going to be called Chad. And Chad. Radical, what would you like to see me? What kind of content would you like to see from me on YouTube? Since you don't have access to the Patreon right now, what are you interested in video-wise? I'm not really feeling like Hoi 4 gaming right now, unfortunately, so I can't force myself to make a Hoi 4 video at the moment, but I can definitely write down some of your ideas if you have anything you'd like to see from me in terms of content. So just gaming in general? You like gaming in general? Okay. Let me see what I feel like I could make a video on. Well, I am trying to complete all the achievements for Fallout 4. Once I get closer, I could definitely do a short video on that. Yeah. I could definitely do some more gaming on my channel. Probably going to take a while for me to get there, but I will keep that in mind. Actually, hold on. Gamging. Fucking Christ on a cracker, Taddy, you fucking dip fuck. How are you my fucking second-hand developer, bro? He's not in this chat, Dev.
I was wilding on Taddy.
Yeah, I'm wiling on Taddy. He's talking shit about how he doesn't, like...
What?
Okay, let me... Okay, what am I gonna look up here? Focus tree, hide parts of focus tree. Okay. I'm done typing and reading and chatting. Sorry for this. The silence. It's almost all on screen, guys. We're so fucking close. No.
Oh my.
Almost done. That's right. That's right. That's epic. Oh my god, we're almost at the finish line. I'll be right back. Radical, just 1 minute. All right, let's get some music playing again.
Down and you just hit headshots. Fuck you, you suck. Your ass.
She's a 10, but she doesn't stop yapping about Mein Kampf.
She's a 12. Kidding. For Ligors. What was that earned?
That's tough. What is she reading it for? Why is she yapping about it? What is she yapping about? Is she promoting it? Does she like the book, or is she just reading it for academic knowledge? Just yapping about it? God damn, she ain't no 10 then. I could say something completely out of pocket like my brother, but I'm not gonna. I understand why people like this song so much. It's a great song. Yeah, this one goes hard. Yo, we love that. We love that. I'm using that anytime. Somebody is about to be banned. That fucking meme you sent, Radical, at 12:28, that shit is hilarious. We love queso.
No, I have one. I was just wondering.
Just use it to...
Yeah. If you want.
Oh, sorry, Wojtek. I just saw that. Give me a minute. I will, yes. All right. Let me go to the GitHub. Hold on, actually. Oh my god, I went to the wrong one. Okay, yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna upload this file. And then I gotta wait for it to download, sorry. Watch Poland be broken again. All right, Polish state works. And so does the cosmetic tag. They do look like a puppet of the Soviet Union now, though. I would remove that cosmetic tag, to be honest. I think I figured out the problem, and I don't think we need to use a cosmetic tag anymore. Okay, you said to just switch the owners of Gdania and Allenstein. Okay. Gdania. Nah, that can't be right. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, I did. It's Gdania. Gdynia. Okay, let's see. Set owner. GER. Oh, yeah. That worked. That works. And then Allenstein. Yep, that works too. Perfect, dude.
You just wanted to see if it changes names correctly.
Yep.
Cool. Nice.
Yep, no problem. Thank you very much. Appreciate you doing that, bro. Yeah, it definitely adds a lot of flavor. Resurgent Mali Empire. Gotta love that. Holy shit, there's only enough left on the screen to fill the screen. There's only enough left to fill the screen is what I mean. Ain't that clean? Ain't that sweet? Ring, ring, ring. Ring, 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 bling, me. I'm fucking losing it. It's Jover, guys. Yes, we're almost there, gang. It's Jover. I'm losing it. Ah! I'm surprised you're sticking around, Wojtek. Normally you just kind of come in and hang around for a minute and then head out, but appreciate you sticking around. I like the company. Thank you. China is literally mentally ill. So says you. That is a bold claim, my friend. Bold claim. I don't think the PRC would like that very much. Or the CCP. I'm your background noise, gang. Let's go. Oh, yeah, this one goes hard. State of Jolof. It's Jover for the CCP, guys. The Qing Dynasty was just better. You know what else is better? Tibet. You know what else is better than the CCP? Taiwan.
Independent. Is what he means.
Well, yeah, Taiwan is independent.
I know. But I mean, like, without China thinking that they're not.
Oh. Minus 1 billion credit score. No, it's Jover. It's Jover. Yes. In China, they have a social credit system. Yeah. Which movie?
The movie where everybody has like ratings and stuff. Have you ever seen that movie?
There's.
They have like a badge.
I'm talking with my brother. He's right next to me. He's playing Call of Duty right next to me. Say something to the mic so they know I'm not crazy.
I'm not schizophrenic manifestation, guys. I'm really here.
I don't know why he would say it like that. Nah, Radical, don't do it. Radical, don't fucking do it.
Nah. You can't say it at all. You just can't.
You will get banned. It's Jover. Nah, Wojtek.
No, Wojtek. Both of them are teaming up. The chat is rising up.
It's the Volks riot that Taddy was talking about.
Oh God. We might be done for here.
It's
We might be
Jover.
done for here soon.
Nah, cause you guys are actually teaming up. That's crazy.
Actually?
They're not doing it as individuals, so I'm not gonna ban one individual.
Nah.
Y'all are wildin'.
Wojtek heard that he was gonna get banned, and he was like, "Nah, not my boy."
Free my boy. He ain't do nothing wrong.
Nah, bro, they're going.
Wow.
Always standing in place on the left side, looking to the right. So there's just no reason to try to break the rules. And the result looks weird. And so just this scene alone is filled with this very basic eyeline mistake.
To call forth the future and all the wonderful and terrible possibility it holds. Not for the near, but for the bold.
That may sound like we're nitpicking a minor technical issue, but it's a very basic thing that every director should know. It's the directing.
One. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Holy shit, guys. Thank you, Wojtek. I appreciate you guys actually stopping.
Equivalent of not knowing how to tie your shoes. That's why we started with it. Also, the movie started with it. So, to be frank, in order to catch every little creative or artistic issue with the film, I'd have to make it this entire episode. It would have to cover basically every scene of the film, shot by shot, and YouTube probably wouldn't allow it. The movie is just not good on a simple technical level. It fails so much first-year film school stuff. Like, sure, they can afford expensive lights and dollies and all the equipment you need to make a movie, but they don't really know how to properly use that equipment, and the result looks very cheaply made. In fact, in some cases, the fancy equipment actually makes the movie look worse.
The diversity and inclusion crowd decided to democratize the global games. Now anyone has a chance. Men are faster, stronger, meaner. The entire reason we created women's sports was to keep... Ow!
Holy shit, guys, we get it. You got a jib arm. Now
All right.
Toss out the bottle, toss in the sheet. Toss out the stains. Toss in the...
Nah, if it's got footage, I'm not gonna watch it. I just wanted to see it like iceberg video. Let's watch a Ugopnik video.
This video has been brought to you by Ground News.
You always recommend the longest videos, Radical.
He plans on being here a while.
This video has been made possible by Ground News. Also, I live stream regularly on Twitch now, like very regularly. Check the link below and follow me as we cover events, game, talk philosophy, and hang out. Check the schedule to see when the next stream is coming. It's actually really fun. Link below.
Frail, confused, bitterly partisan, dividing the country and dividing. I have less political power because they're importing a brand new electorate. Democratic Party is trying to replace the current electorate. Anyone who supports Donald Trump is a white supremacist and must be destroyed. Class, which of course is the real divide in this country. Working class people of all colors. Dividing. I'm in shock.
Tucker Carlson, journalist, demagogue, patriot, populist, working man's conservative, white supremacist. Only a tip of the iceberg of what people use when they talk about one of the world's most influential media personalities. A man who seemingly often contradicts himself, yet has a coherent worldview he attempts to put across to his audience of tens of millions. No matter what you think of him, Tucker is one of the most impactful people in the world, so we might as well learn what he actually thinks the same world should look like. While plenty of articles and maybe a few videos have been made on different aspects of Tucker's ideology, today we will try and combine all of those together with some personal analysis on my behalf as both someone with a formal degree in political science and as well a YouTube politics guy in an attempt to get to the forefront of what actually drives him. Before we start though, this channel has never shied away from its political bias, something everyone inherently has, but for this hit piece, if you want to call it that, I will keep my personal opinions on who Tucker is for the end. All others will strictly be limited to mainstream accepted coverage of events, but more importantly, Tucker's own words. Now, just like every good story, we have to start at the beginning.
Summer after my freshman year, my roommate and I decided to go down to Nicaragua for the summer and work and, get involved in the war, and support the side that we thought was right.
Let's help Palestine out right now. They need food, they need water, they need medical supplies. No other country is...
I'm sorry, I feel bad to skip this ad, but I'm in the middle of a video, gang. And I'm poor, I don't have money to contribute.
For his tenure as a Fox News anchor is characterized by privilege and deep connections to government and national security. Born into a wealthy family with significant influence, Carlson's upbringing was marked by attending exclusive schools and having access to considerable wealth. His father, Richard Carlson, had influential positions within government agencies involved in propaganda and regime change efforts, notably in Nicaragua. Richard Carlson's involvement in aiding...
Yeah, if it wasn't an ad in the middle of the video, if it was at the beginning, I probably would have watched it, but if you want the link... What? They want me to donate $350? That ain't gonna happen, brother. If you want the link, though, for any reason, here you go. Never mind, it won't work. It's too long. It's too long of a fucking link. Sorry.
The Contras and promoting
Sorry, Palestine.
Lines with broader U.S. foreign policy objectives during the Cold War era. In Nicaragua, for example, to those uninitiated, the Contras were a drug-trafficking, far-right paramilitary given free rein by the U.S. State Department as long as they violently cracked down on political freedom in the country, in particular those of all stripes of leftists, allowing further U.S. influence to cement itself in a country no longer sovereign enough to be able to choose its own destiny. Tucker Carlson's own activities during his college years, including trips to Nicaragua to support the Contras, suggest a direct involvement in geopolitical affairs from a young age. He also tried to join the CIA out of university, but wasn't accepted. These experiences, coupled with his family's connections to government and national security, raise questions about his true motivations and allegiances, especially in the context of his portrayal of himself as a populist outsider unafraid to challenge powerful entities. Carlson's background suggests a different narrative. His upbringing within the elite circles of society, combined with his family's involvement in government activities, hints at a more nuanced understanding of his role in media and politics. And with that, we jump into the latter part of his life. Where did this kid, raised in a household ridden with foreign policy and American exceptionalism, end up in the end?
Tucker, cut it all, Carlson! I'm going to say a word, and each of these fighters are going to respond with the first word that pops out of their mind. You'll like this one. The Internal Revenue Service.
Authoritarianism.
Authoritarian. The IR. Okay. I'm gonna piss my pants.
After graduating from Trinity College, Tucker Carlson entered print journalism, writing for a variety of right-leaning and mainstream publications. But it's his move into broadcasting that led to his true ascent into stardom. Starting at CNN in 2000, he hosted a show called Crossfire, where he would bring in liberals and debate them on various topics from a more conservative standpoint. A very popular episode at the time was when he debated the Daily Show host, Jon Stewart.
Stop hurting America.
Okay, now.
After 5 years, the show was cancelled in 2005, though Carlson stated at the time that it was his decision to move on from CNN, not the other way around. He also ran his show Tucker Carlson Unfiltered on PBS in parallel to Crossfire for a year. Moving on in what would be an unexpected pairing, Carlson hosted the show Tucker on the news network MSNBC until 2008, when it was cancelled for low ratings. The channel itself gradually turned liberal during his tenure, explaining both the ratings and the breakup. It's important to note that throughout his decade at CNN and MSNBC, Tucker held pretty unchanging ideological positions, and while his controversial and straight-up conspiratorial takes weren't brought up as often back then as they are now, there's no evidence to insinuate that he didn't believe in them, but quite to the contrary, simply limited by the liberal bias.
Definitely a Tucker Carlson moment, bro.
Which limited what he can say out loud. In 2010, he founded the Daily Caller, a conservative Huffington Post in which he served as an editor until 2016 and sold his shares in 2020. Now to Fox News, where likely most of you know him from. Starting in 2009, he rose through the ranks at lightning speeds, slowly taking the best slots year in and year out, from 7 p.m., 9 and 8 p.m., which he held from 2017 after taking the limelight away from Bill O'Reilly.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Fucking thing sucks!
Tucker was on top of the world for a while there, but as we know, what rises must come down. And no, I'm not talking about what you're thinking, though there is a thing of mine that you could help raise. My subscriber count. It's 2 simple clicks for you and a complete Game News Network lawsuit.
Oh my god, YouTube moment.
One theory suggests that Carlson's dismissal was due to accusations of misogyny and workplace misconduct, highlighted in a lawsuit by former producer Abby Grossberg. The lawsuit alleged rampant misogyny and anti-Semitism in Carlson's workplace, including derogatory comments and behavior towards women and religious minorities. Another theory points to Carlson's religious rhetoric and criticisms of Fox News' leadership as factors contributing to him being let go. Carlson's comments at the Heritage Foundation's gala, where he blended nationalism, conspiracy theories, and arguments about conservative Christian persecution, reportedly made Fox News owner Rupert Murdoch very uncomfortable. Yes, that Rupert Murdoch, the king of right-wing media, became uncomfortable by his ideological views. A third theory is Carlson's sharp criticism of Fox News leadership, particularly regarding the Dominion lawsuit and the 2020 election coverage, which may have played a role in his dismissal. Text messages revealing Carlson's disdain for Donald Trump and Fox News' handling of certain issues further complicated his position at the network. Next, we have a theory involving Murdoch's children planning to sell the company.
Yeah, I'm muted right now. Hold on.
Company and believing that Carlson's divisive persona,
All right, I'm back, gang.
declining advertiser support, made him expendable in efforts to make Fox News more appealing to potential buyers. Finally, Carlson's accusations of Fox News defrauding him and intentionally leaking unaired footage to smear his reputation have fueled legal battles between him and the network, indicating a strained relationship beyond his departure. I have no idea which one of these might have actually pulled the trigger, likely a combination of a few, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to get to know Tucker, and to get to know him, we will. Internally, Carlson's team viewed themselves as loyal to him rather than to Fox as a whole, fostering an environment of animosity towards other shows and networks. This is what is common among all theories on why he left.
I have a high tolerance for ridiculousness. It's the seriousness with which ludicrous people are taken that really scares me. We have a big, important country. You can't allow dumb people to act stupidly without, reacting to it. It's like, what? It really freaks me out how mediocre our leadership class is. Not just that they're wrong, but they're like low IQ. It's like Bill Kristol is considered an intellectual. Really, on the basis of what?
Tucker, a guy who to a very big extent carried a large chunk of the network, it seems to me, thought his side of the political spectrum doesn't know what they're doing, thought he could do better, and disagreed with both Fox News leadership, the other teams and shows, and even the presidential candidate he so fervently supported. But this is not that story as old as time. An employee feels undervalued, so he either leaves or gets into so much trouble with his bosses that they fire him. No, this is, from what we can see, a story of a man who thinks he can do better than his bosses, better than his colleagues, better than his president. But better at what? Well, at selling the idea. What idea? Let's find out. And to do so, we'll exclusively look at what the man himself says. No lib analysis, no conservative praise, just Tucker and his belief system. And since we're on the topic of lack of bias, there's a platform out there that can help us dig through the inherent ideological subjectivity of reporting, and it's called Ground News. It's a service that reveals what perspectives different authors and
What do smart chiropractors and doctors do when they get joint pain? See,
the way you measure things. Mine has. The way you measure things changes. I increasingly distrust complexity in worldview. So I start with where I want to end up. What's the goal? What kind of society do you want to live in? You want to live in a place where the family is basically unmolested, where the human conscience is totally unmolested, where you acknowledge you can control people's behavior. You can tell people you can't do that. We all have to live together. You can't sleep in a crosswalk. Sorry, it's not allowed. But what you never do is try to control or mandate what people believe. That is a kind of, that's a sphere that you would never violate. And so in the end, that is try to control or mandate what people believe.
This kind of goes back to what we were talking about the other day with like being manipulated into a certain worldview based on like whatever factors it may be. Like I'm not going to say I agree with Tucker Carlson because I don't. But there is validity in that statement that a government shouldn't mandate what anybody believes. That is an authoritarian form of government. But at the same time, you have to defend the government and the people from ideas that are harmful to the people and the government, right? So it's a catch-22. You do have to kind of mandate what is believed so that they don't destroy the system that you are trying to uphold. So, it is. What do you do? What do you do?
That is a kind of, that's a sphere that you would never violate. And so in the end, you want to live, if you're in a democracy, any democracy, you want to live in a country where the middle class, normal people, with 100 IQs making 80 grand a year can lead, productive, meaningful lives unbothered by the people in power, and they have the hope, at least, that their kids can do slightly better than they have. That was kind of the rule for a lot of certainly the post-war period in this country, and it no longer.
Yeah, that makes sense, Radical.
So my question always is not like what party wins or, is my economic theory validated or not? It's can we get back to that, or can we get as close to that as we possibly can?
This is arguably.
No, what? He's having a debate with Ben Shapiro? With Shen Shapiro? Thank you. This is crazy.
Seen Tucker be about what he actually wants to see. A stabilized America returned to its 70s to 90s era of so-called middle-class prosperity. A country where everyone has just enough. Now, while admirable as a goal by itself, we must ask why Tucker would want to see his country in this state. Because he just believes in a more stable variation of American capitalism than the one now, since people would be better off, or is something else at play here? To answer
my wife's a doctor?
That, look no further than Carlson's own book, Ship of Fools. The very text on the front cover tells pretty much the whole story. How a selfish ruling class is bringing America to the brink of revolution. In his book, and during countless TV appearances, he laments the liberal, but also conservative elites on abandoning the so-called middle class.
Working class people of all colors have a lot more in common, infinitely more in common with each other than they do with some overpaid MSNBC anchor. Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them. The people in charge of the country.
I just hate his voice. I just hate his voice. He has such a shitty, high-pitched voice. I really believe that capitalists and the communists are both the enemy. And I really believe that I am retarded. Hold on. Nope, that's Pupper AI. I meant Puppet AI. Or, Parrot AI. Damn, I'm tripping. I'm tripping.
You might not be logged in. Don't DOS yourself on stream.
No, I'm logged in. What? This one better work. It better work. What the fuck?
Remember, no squiggly lines.
I want Ben Shapiro to say this. I refuse to believe they changed their terms. Because if so, I'm canceling my shit.
Try D-Trump.
Maybe Ben Shapiro is broken right now?
This one's actually loading. Yep, Ben Shapiro's broken.
Alright, Ben Shapiro's broken, fellas.
The globalists want our cock and balls. The globalists want our cock and balls. The globalists want our cock and balls.
Globalists
The globalists
want to gut us and then take our cock and balls and put them in jars.
Steve Jobs should say that. Let's see if Mr. Trump can say this.
The globalists are trying to take our femboys.
He said it perfectly.
So Trump has said femboys before?
That's crazy. Yo. Cuz, why do you know who she is, huh, pal? Huh? Let me ask you that. Why do you know who that is?
She's not even American. That's wild. She's not even American. That's crazy.
Let's move on, huh? Let's just both move on from this.
We're doing a terrible job. Politicians, big business, the media, they are all on the same side. They all got rich, and America moved backward.
In his book, contrary to most conservatives, which totally ignored the question of the widening gap between the rich and the poor, Tucker addresses it head-on. And he addresses it from an extremely class-conscious perspective, just not the one you're thinking of. His critique of wealthy Americans cloistered in a small number of coastal enclaves in and around New York, D.C., and San Francisco, their ability to send their kids to exclusive schools where they only hang with other wealthy kids, this entire bubble they've built around themselves, is not problematic for Carlson in his book because of their lifestyle or their enormous wealth, but because they've lost touch with the reality of class division on the ground in the gutters. The elites, unlike in the era of a stable middle class, are not seen as heroes to aspire to, but are vilified, seen more and more often as the class enemy, as all that is wrong with the country, which is happening exactly because they've grown so distant and greedy. Out of sight, out of mind. Carlson then continues to espouse classic conservative theories in his book as he attaches them to the hypocrisy of how the elites themselves live versus what they talk about, from immigration, diversity, and so on. But it's the conclusion, just like the cover of the book itself, I guess you can judge the book by the cover sometimes, that actually shows why he is presenting this as such a big problem. Not because the system itself must be changed, or because there should be no such thing as ruling elites in general. It would be surprising to hear that from someone who we learn has been raised as an elite his whole life.
Must be the elitist in you.
Well, there's a lot of that still.
No, the conclusion is that Americans have began to see American democracy as a sham.
Yep.
It doesn't work for them.
Yep.
So
that is true.
if we combine what Carlson wants, a stable America with a middle class, and why he wants it, to reestablish Americans' belief in the United States as a whole.
This kind of sounds like Pangria.
Nonpartisan conclusion on what our boy believes, in the need to preserve the status quo. Just unlike other conservatives that might call him a populist, he actually knows how dangerous a revolution can be for those he identifies with. The elite.
Last year I read the biography, which I would recommend to everyone in this room, of Peter Wrangel, who was the leader of the revolutionary white forces during the Russian Revolution. So Peter Wrangel's just been on the front for 4 years. He comes back into St. Petersburg, totally civilized city, 2-hour drive from Helsinki. I mean, it is Europe, okay? Whatever anyone tells you. And he's wandering through, and soldiers are going crazy in the streets. And they're raping women, they're stealing at gunpoint. Soldiers in uniform, in a monarchy which had not had any behavior like this at all. And Peter Wrangel just can't even believe it. These are his soldiers. He's a general. And so he's completely freaked out, and he goes into a movie theater, and everyone in the movie theater is completely absorbed in the movie. Like there's no revolution happening outside. And Peter Wrangel thinks these people are insane. So he goes back, he's like, I gotta get to Moscow. So he takes the train to Moscow. I have to tell the Tsar, this country's falling apart. He's very close to the Roman family. You should read this. It's just out in English translation in the last 3 years. Unbelievable book, lost to history until recently, to English speakers. So he goes back to Moscow, and he's close to the Romanovs. And so he goes into the imperial court, and he knows all the relatives, and there are millions of them, hangers-on. And he notices about 80% of the women in the Romanov family are wearing red ribbons in solidarity with the Bolsheviks, who wound up, of course we know how it ends, murdering them in the basement at dawn. So, wait, what? Peter Wrangel says, how is it that this country is being devoured by a violent revolution, and the people who can afford movie tickets, that is kind of our middle class, are refusing even to acknowledge that it's happening, and the ruling class, against whom it is aimed, are sympathizing with it. And if this doesn't remind you of BLM, I don't know what does.
Can't believe they made people from Kaiserreich IRL, dude. They gotta stop bringing Hoi 4 people into real life, dude. Like, Hitler was bad enough. I don't know why they keep bringing out more characters.
I'm reading this in my porch like midnight. I couldn't go to sleep. I was like, wait, I live in that country. That's happening now.
I live in that country. That is happening now. Tucker wants to stop a popular revolt, and to do so, he calls on the elites to give some concessions in return to the America of old he speaks of.
Do you know what lard is actually made of?
This food saved America during the...
This food saved America.
I have always tried to be much more than right. I've tried to be evidence-based. I don't, especially as I age, I believe less in theories or constructs, and I believe more in results. And I also believe in honesty. And so if you think that the policy that you're proposing will, reach a certain conclusion, produce a certain result, and it doesn't, I think you should acknowledge that, and I think you ought to change your views based on the evidence.
To make this concise and follow Tucker's own words on practicality over theory, let's look at his opinions on the biggest domestic and foreign problems of the country. Let's start with domestic, immigration.
Well, as a practical matter, it just doesn't work. I mean, countries don't hang together by accident, particularly large, diverse ones that don't have a majority in any category. So you don't even have a shared language or history or culture. Why would you why would you remain united as a country? And the answer, which I actually believe in, is that you could hang together around a common idea, a common set of beliefs. Here's what we're all for. But our ruling class, and I do think this is the least responsible, the most reckless thing they have done, is they have not only failed to come up with what that set of common beliefs is, they have argued against the fact that it should exist.
Okay, so Tucker thinks that common beliefs hold a nation together. And
Okay, hold on. Let's go back. I'm not going to actually go back, but I'm going to go back in what he said. I believe we need, like in the days of when we were trying to get to the moon as a country in the USA, I believe that we need a common goal to work towards. I don't believe we need a common idea or belief. I believe we need a common goal to work towards as individuals to help the country out. Anything other than that is just wacky. It's just wacky.
With what we've established his goal to be, the prevention of popular revolt or revolution, we should ask what he blames for this erosion of common American identity.
The story of history is the story of invasions. One group of people moving into someone else's land and taking it. One nation ends, another begins. Invasions drive history. Few Americans understand this is happening to them right now. The United States of America is being invaded.
For the love of God, this is a damn invasion. Who is allowing this?
They invaded our privacy.
I think it's an invasion of the country.
In other words, it's ending. The country you grew up in no longer exists. Soon it will be unrecognizable. No one is fighting back. Few are even acknowledging it. And the people who lead us are letting it happen. Why are our leaders letting this happen? Well, to destroy the country and to change the demographics. Who lives here determines what the country's like. This country is changing faster than you may understand. Americans are being replaced. That's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact. In August of 2023, illegal immigration outpaced American births, a brand new population.
I don't know if I believe that statistic at all. But from what I've seen with my own two eyes, there are a lot of immigrants in this country. And they are becoming a larger portion of the population. I'm not saying that that's a good or a bad thing. That's just a fact of the matter. This country is, and always will be a nation of immigrants. And every generation has had their own experience of racism and their own kind of tweaked version of it. The Irish and the Italians were once hated, and they're white. The Chinese were hated, and they still are to this day. The Japanese were once hated, like happened to the natives. That's a great point. Yeah. Exactly.
Last year,
Let's see what else he has to say.
3 million people came here illegally just over our southern border.
Many take his comments on replacement as dog whistles to Nazi conspiracies of white replacement, and while there is definitely some merit to those conclusions, for the sake of this video we'll choose not to make those correlations. Tucker himself throws off arguments of being an ethno-nationalist, but does confirm his very real American identity though.
Ethno-nationalism? I don't even know what my ethnicity is. I'm like half Swedish, half English, I guess. It's not of great interest to me, I can tell you that. I'm an American. I don't think in ethnic terms. I wasn't raised that way at all. And I still don't, and I resist all pressure too.
An American identity which is held by common beliefs.
Americans are being replaced. That's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact.
So while he says he might not be afraid of some sort of weird genetic replacement of Americans, he very much so considers
Yes, Tucker Carlson is an insult to Sweden.
A mass influx of foreigners and invasion, which de facto, in his opinion, further muddles the idea of what it is to be an American, and as such hurts the ideas of common identity which help hold together a nation and help lower chances against revolution. I don't think I need to go through his many other opinions on domestic policy because we'd be here all night. But if you continue applying that same ideological lens we talked about previously, him being against things which he believes lead to revolutionary mentality, you'll find them in almost every single one. Now, let's jump to foreign policy.
I've got 4 draft-age children. So if you're playing recklessly, fast and loose with their lives, then I have a right to despise you, and I do. So if you're Nikki Haley, who's running for president, or Ben Shapiro, or half the people I see on television casually mentioning the possibility of nuclear war, or sending Americans to fight in the Middle East, or in any way involving us in a war that has nothing to do with prosperity and peace at home, nothing in other words to do with us, Americans, then I have a right to call you out and be really offended because it's my family. They live here. It's not a joke to me. There's nothing abstract about it.
On the surface, he looks calm and ready. Mom spaghetti. Wait, fucking wrong video. Okay. So on the surface, Tucker seems to be a sturgeon isolationist. Let everyone handle their own shit. This doesn't concern us. But the latter part of his reasoning here, quote, wars that have nothing to do with prosperity or peace at home, implies he's not against war, just wars that don't in any way contribute to the US, while talking about Israel in this case. This isolationism, but only as long as it doesn't threaten the real US interests, is not just a one-off.
China is a problem that is very hard for the United States to solve. And it's not clear how we do solve that problem. By problem, I mean, sort of giving hegemony over the world to a country that doesn't believe anything really that we believe. It would be a massive...
Except they believe in half of what we believe in, dude. They literally believe in free market capitalism. Even if it's like shadow government run. It's still a free market capitalist country guising itself as a communist country. They have lost their way. The only thing communist about them in the modern day is the fact that they have a single ruling party. That's it. Like, I don't get this, man. I don't get this whole China-phobia stuff in the modern day. It's all a bunch of hoopla. That's what it is, hoopla.
Change in the way the world operates, in the way that we in the United States live, in the way that you and Great Britain live. I mean, having China in charge of the world would be very different from what we have now. But it's not a question of pivoting east. China has massive influence within our hemisphere. Go to any island in the Caribbean, including the American colonies there. We call them protectorates or some of their colonies. St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for example. All the infrastructure in St. Croix is built by China. What? Why would China be building the airport and the roads in St. Croix? And why are they doing the same in Jamaica and Haiti and virtually every population center in the Caribbean? Also true in South America. Again, this is our hemisphere, which for more than 200 years we've said explicitly we control, we will not allow, world powers from across the ocean to control anything of waning in our hemisphere, and yet they are. And this is being completely ignored. I never heard anybody mention it.
Well, also, I mean, if you were designing American global strategy, you would think, you were George Kennan or something, you would think isolating China would be good, therefore splitting Russia off from China would be good. Except for the fact that America's rhetoric at the moment seems to be driving Russia and China together as quickly as possible.
And that is, of course, the effect. I personally believe it's one of the intended effects. But what's so fascinating to me and so repugnant is that clearly there are many people in positions of power in the United States who sincerely believe that we have more in common with China and its government than the government of Russia.
People.
Bruh. We have nothing in common with the Russian government. We have nothing in common with the Chinese government. We have nothing in common with any government anywhere at all. Because our government is fucking dookie, okay? It's dookie.
Liberals in particular tend to completely miss Tucker's attempt to change Americans' perspectives on Russia as some sort of Russian inside job or Tucker obsessing over powerful men he respects. Quite to the contrary, and straight out of the horse's mouth, Tucker simply believes that there can be compatibility between Russian and American interest in the context of what he defines as the Chinese threat and mutual Christian identity versus an incompatible East. Specifically a threat on America's position as the world's only superpower and hegemon. Now, you could ascribe this to classic patriotism or maybe a bit of racism, but coupled with what we learned about him in the earlier part of the video, a hit on the American position in the world is a hit on America's stability and therefore a hit on the position its elites enjoy within it as well. It's not that Tucker believes America shouldn't wage wars, just that it wages the wrong ones, both physical and economic, and that its imperial focus needs to switch to a quote-unquote truer threat.
Let's help Palestine out right now. They need
Another
food,
Palestine
they need
ad.
water,
Let's go,
they need
guys.
medical supplies. No one.
Again, I can't afford $350.
The moment that you're in.
Tucker does like to be dominated. He's a beta male. He's a little bitch boy.
And it cuts against the very core of human nature to understand it, because I am totally convinced at my age that denial is the most powerful of all human instincts. I'm serious. I mean, honestly, I was 22 years ago, next month, I was in a plane that crashed, amazingly, in the Middle East, flying from Peshawar, Pakistan. The Khyber Pass was right after 9/11. I was going over to cover the Taliban, and something happened in the cargo hold, and we went down in a sand dune in Dubai. Obviously, I survived, but it was a Pakistan International Airways flight, and the thing that changed my life about that experience was something happened horrible to the plane. Like, there was an explosion in the cargo hold. Some debate about what it was, but it happened. And the plane starts dropping, and the wing appears to detach, the right wing, and the plane is like struggling for altitude and going up, gunning the engines and sideways. It's like 3 in the morning over the Arabian Sea. People are freaking out on the plane. Every person on that plane thought we're gonna die, very much including me. I had 3 little kids. I was half drunk, which makes it worse. And we finally come in kind of sideways into the sand, and the plane's on its side, and I'm in the
No! The right wing has fallen? No, it's Jover, guys. It's Jover. I've only got 4 more. 4 more.
first seat on the plane. It's a big double-aisle Airbus. And I just had one thought, which is I'm getting off the plane. And it's, you know, totally dark, and you can see burning from the wing, so it's like it is time to depart the plane. So I hop up, and this male flight attendant stands right in front of me and goes, "Sit down, everything is fine, everything is fine." That's a verbatim quote. Everything is fine. It was so demonstrably unfine, I can't even begin to describe how unfine it was.
Yeah, how do I say that? Swinegg, thanks for checking out the stream. Thanks for following the mod recently, and yeah, hopefully it'll be released soon, because I'm actually finishing localization today, which is great. But But yeah. The ways that the Civil War affects the campaign, it's definitely going to be interesting as we build onto the mod. And thank you, Radical. I was trying to get to that, but yesterday it was a 9-hour stream. It was a long, long one yesterday. And we barely got anything done.
And I think just out of pure panic, I like ignored the guy, and I opened the door and the slide went up, and I jumped into darkness with like 4 other Westerners in the front. Everyone in the back, though, they were like, oh, everything's fine. And I thought, I brooded on that for over 20 years. Like, why did he claim everything was fine? The pilots, by the way, went right out the front windows. Well, they did. Oh, absolutely. Like, whatever. Good luck, guys. And I think he just couldn't metabolize the change. It was so awful, he just could not admit what was happening right there in front of everybody. And this really bothered me all these years, despite the fact it wound up fine for me.
Tucker is still on that plane, burning as the...
Yup.
Flight attendant pretends it's all fine. Just the plane is America, the passengers are its elite, the flight attendant are his conservative colleagues, and he's the only one that can see what's happening. In the same metaphor, even though millions of working people have been engulfed in fire for a very long time, even during his presumed better America of the 70s, his concern for U.S. stability, his concern of the fire, only came when he realized him and his own might end up burning as well. So, contrary to his idiot colleagues which either continue to stoke it or refuse to drop some water on it, Tucker believes he knows what needs to be done. Reactionary politics are far more sophisticated to those of his peers. He's a man of astute class consciousness, as we said before, understanding his own position, his own class, and those of his peers as the American crème de la crop. And he has dedicated his life to brilliantly, I might add, always respect your opponent, make sure all you sugars and fillings stay in your place below. Fires of revolution, fires of change, fires which...
Good vid. Yup, 3 more. Just gotta finish this one real quick. Control H. Gum. Give me gum. Dum. Give me gum. Oh my god, guys, I'm actually about to fucking... Wow. Oh, hold on. There will be one more after this. My bad. We got to do China, too. I had to put this off because of how many there are. There's one more after this. The final boss. So true, Radical. So true. Special Operation Coding is going to be over. It's going to be completely over, guys. Control F, Alt L, Control H, arrow keys, HAW, Control Alt Enter. Scroll all the way up. All right, let's do China. Oh shit. Hold on. That didn't work. China is very mentally ill. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Reorganized nationalist China. China. Chinese People's Republic. Socialist Republic of China. The Socialist Republic of China. People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China. The Republic of China. 1, 2, 3, 4. Control F, Alt L, Control H, backspace, China. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm done. There's nothing yellow. There's nothing yellow, guys. Okay, except the tags on the side, but I mean like ready. There's no words ready that are yellow. We cleaned the piss up, guys. Let's go. Thank you for all the cheers on the side there, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You know that's a lie, right?
Hey, stream, I'll be back. I returned. The prodigal son is back. But I'm probably going to get off the stream here soon, guys. I really need a break. Oh, God. I think it's Jover for today. I think it's Jover for today, guys. Oh, Jesus. I'm tired. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I appreciate your company. Radical, if you have any ideas or anything you want to run by me, just hit me up on Discord. I'll probably be on all day. So, just let me know. Thank you for watching, everybody, and goodbye. See you later, Swinegg, and Radical. See you guys later.